Mr. President,
Democrat leader,
we in a quorum. Ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
without objection.
Well, Mr. President, as everyone knows, government funding expires at midnight tonight. As I announced yesterday, I will vote to keep the government open. I believe it is the best way to minimize the harm that the Trump administration will do to the American people. Clearly, this is a Hobson's choice. The CR is a bad bill. But as bad as the CR is, I believe allowing Donald Trump to take even much more power via a government shutdown is a far worse option. A shutdown would allow DOJ to shift into overdrive. Let me repeat, a shutdown will allow DOJ to shift into overdrive. It would give Donald Trump and DOJ the keys to the city, state, and country. Donald Trump and Elon Musk would be free to destroy vital government services at a much faster rate than they can right now, and over a much broader field of destruction that they would render. In a shutdown, Donald Trump and DOJ will have the power to determine what is considered essential and what is not. And their views on what is not essential would be mean and vicious, and would decimate vital services and cause unimaginable harm to the American people. Making matters even worse, in a shutdown, there is no check on their determinations, Trump and DOJ's determinations on what is essential and what is not. In fact, on February the 26th, OMB, led by Russell Vought, told agencies to work with DOJ to create a list of non-essential workers so that they could reduce staffing even faster in a shutdown. They're already preparing for a shutdown. Musk has told everybody he wants a shutdown because he knows it will help him achieve his horrible goal of just decimating the federal government from one end to the other. In other words, if government were to shut down, DOJ has a plan in place to exploit the crisis for maximum destruction. In a shutdown, American families would be hurt in ways they almost have never been. It could disrupt regional Veterans Affairs offices, curtail mental health services, accelerate plans to slash-stash at Social Security offices. The list goes on and on and on of the damage, the severe damage they could do, virtually unchecked. And they can stay in a shutdown as long as they want. There is no off-ramp unless they decide to take that off-ramp, and they won't, because this is their best tool for achieving their goal: slash government, slash spending, and use that money for tax breaks for billionaires. So a shutdown would be the best distraction Donald Trump could ask for. So distraction from his awful agenda. Donald Trump owns the chaos in government. He owns the chaos in the stock market. He owns the damage happening to the economy. But he knows if government shuts down and all the fighting is over which agencies should be kept and which shouldn't, and Republican senators and congressmen and just obeisance to Trump keep putting bills on the floor to decide that, it will totally distract from the most important fight of all: fighting Republicans for eviscerating Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid while giving trillions in tax cuts to the ultra-rich. That is the fight. That is the fight American people must know about. A shutdown will be a costly distraction from this all-important fight. Finally, I want to close by reminding everyone it was Republicans who pushed this false shutdown choice. Their inability to govern has led us to this precipice. Our caucus members have been torn between two awful alternatives, and my colleagues and I have wrestled with which alternative would be worse for the American people. Different senators come down on different sides of this question, but that does not mean that any Senate Democrat supports a shutdown. Whatever the outcome, our caucus will be united in our determination to continue the long-term fight to stop Donald Trump's dangerous war on our democracy and on America's working families. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Senator from Michigan.
Unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to.
The Senate sent a quorum call
First I ask consent to initiate the quorum call.
without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Feinberg nomination.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Stephen Feinberg of New York to be Deputy Secretary of Defense, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is, it is a sense of the Senate that the debate of the nomination of Stephen Feinberg of New York to be Deputy Secretary of Defense shall be brought to close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith.
Aye.
Of course. I got him. Thank you. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lemus. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Thank you. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Capito, Cotton, Hyde-Smith, Mullen, Ricketts, and Scott of South Carolina. Senators voting in the negative: Padilla, Peters, and Warren. Mr. Risch, aye. Oops. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. King, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Kane, aye.
Ms. Cantwell, Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Reed, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Miss Also Brooks, no. Miss Slotkin, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no.
The yeas are 56, the nays are 39, and the motion is agreed to. The chair recognizes the senator from Iowa.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today is a good day for the Senate and a good day for the American people. The Senate will soon pass a bill that is entitled Halt Fentanyl Act. The House is expected to take the measure up very soon and send it to President Trump, who's waiting with pen in hand to enact one of his campaign promises. The Halt Fentanyl Act permanently schedules these deadly substances that have been the main driver of overdose deaths in the United States No longer does the Drug Enforcement Agency need to play this game of whack-a-mole every time a cartel develops a new fentanyl knockoff. In other words, today a fentanyl knockoff might be illegal and then change the chemical makeup of it and it becomes legal. It's a nightmare for law enforcement. So no longer will Congress be kicking the can down the road with temporary extensions, and we've had many, many extensions over the last several years to keep fentanyl scheduled and its analog scheduled in one. It also revises policies to research Schedule I substances. These are changes the research community has welcomed. Drug overdoses in the United States has exploded to the highest levels we've ever seen. And of course, this is thanks to fentanyl and fentanyl knockoffs. Drug Enforcement Agency has called fentanyl and its knockoffs, quote, the deadliest drug threat the United States has ever faced, end of quote. Since 2016, I've been raising the alarm on deadly synthetic drugs like fentanyl. As chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, I held a hearing on these substances and the need to stay ahead of these peddlers of this poison. Sadly, it's taken us 9 long years to get permanently scheduling of these deadly knockoffs. Of course, we thank each of the previous Congresses that on a temporary basis extended these scheduling of fentanyl and fentanyl knockoffs. But this bipartisan HALT Fentanyl Act takes care of this by making it permanent. Senators Cassidy, Heinrich, and Johnson were very instrumental in this effort. Their interest in permanently scheduling fentanyl knockoffs inspired the Senate to move this bill to the floor. Republican leadership was also crucial in prioritizing this bill for the floor and helping us navigate the floor process. Credit is also due to our House colleagues, Representative Griffith, Chairman Guthrie, and now retired Chairwoman McMorris Rogers, who led and championed the HALT Fentanyl Act on the House side. I'd also like to thank Dr. Tim Westlake, who came up with the temporary scheduling structure that we've been using since the year 2018. He has testified before my committee and before the Congress on numerous occasions, and I thank him for his hard work and unflappable dedication. So, in the end, this campaign earned the support of nearly every major law enforcement organization and also several medical associations and research associations supporting the research component of this bill. And most importantly, we must say thanks to the countless families organized over a long period of time across the country that have lost loved ones to fentanyl poisoning and not giving up on this type of legislation to make permanent the scheduling. So I want to thank my Senate staff who helped make this possible, especially Colleen Bloss and Michael Perkins, who spearheaded this effort for me and all the committee members. Together, We've taken steps to open the doors of research, to permanently schedule the deadliest substance the United States has ever faced, and to send a clear message that Congress is willing and ready to act. Together, we've taken an important step to live up to our commitment to our constituents and to the loved ones lost, to put them first and to serve them. I yield. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I come to the floor with my colleague from Wyoming, Senator Cynthia Lummis, to mourn one of Wyoming's most beloved and fiercest champions. Passed earlier this morning, that would be former U.S. Senator Al Simpson. Not just former senator, former member of the Wyoming House of Representatives, former Army veteran, passed away earlier today at the age of 93 in his hometown of Cody, Wyoming. Talked to his wife, Ann, this morning. She said it was a beautiful full moon, and Al went to heaven on a moonbeam. He's known in Wyoming and in this body and across the country for his incredible life of service and really an unparalleled sense of humor. Throughout his life, Al boldly fought to uphold the values and the ideals of this great nation. Whether he was serving in the Army or the Wyoming House of Representatives or the U.S. Senate, his commitment and his contributions were evident everywhere. He was well known for rolling up his sleeves, working with anyone, regardless of party, to do what he thought was best for Wyoming and the nation. When the nation called on Al Simpson, when they called on him to serve, he was always there fighting for our best interests. Al once said, "Never let them distort who you are." So let me tell you about the real Al Simpson. His life, his legacy are defined by the C's, C standing for his hometown of Cody, and collegiality is a big part of it. But also there was courage, character, and credibility. He represented Wyoming in this chamber of the United States Senator from 1979 to 1997. And for that reason alone, Al looms very large in Wyoming's political history. There's a lot more. He left an indelible mark here in the Senate. While others ran from tough issues, Al welcomed them. It's an opportunity to serve him. He actually never backed down from a fight. He embraced the fights as long as he was fighting for what he thought was right. He sponsored legislation that helped protect our clean water and our clean air. He secured better grazing rights for Wyoming farmers and ranchers. He fought to secure our borders and impose stiff sanctions on employers who hired illegal immigrants. He once said, "The first duty of every nation is to secure its borders." He was so right. He was elected by our Republican conference in the Senate in 1985 to serve as the assistant Republican leader. He was the first Republican whip from the state of Wyoming. He was the whip for 10 years, did it under the leadership of Senator Bob Dole. So I'm proud to hold the office today that he once held. His leadership brought Wyoming values to Washington, and he has had a lasting national impact. Al came from a family of public servants. His father, Millward, was both Wyoming governor and senator. His dad, Millward, was Al's role model for public service and civic leadership. His big brother, Pete, once explained the extent to which we became men we owe to our father. Everyone who knew Al well knows that his most important influence of his life came from the love of his life, his wife, Ann, and it's his wife of 70 years. Al and Ann first began dating when they were students at the University of Wyoming. They were married in 1954. For 7 decades, Wyoming was fortunate to listen to and learn from Al and from Ann. They were an inspiration to all of us. They were to me, to my wife, Bobby. They were, I know, to Cynthia, to her husband, Al. They made a legendary team, always working together to make both Wyoming and Washington a better place. Al liked to say everything in Wyoming is political except for politics, which is personal. Yet for Al, politics was never personal. His debates were passionate and they were principled, but he was friends with Ted Kennedy. They collaborated together on legislation. From energy to border security to fiscal responsibility, Al worked across the aisle to tackle the tough issues. He always did what he believed was best for the country. In today's political environment, Al's example of bridging partisan divides is more important than ever. In the art of persuasion, Al Simpson could teach a master class. One reason Al was so persuasive was his humor. He had an incredible sense of humor. He had close personal relationships with Presidents Ronald Reagan and George Herbert Walker Bush. The title of his book tells a lot about Al. It was called Shooting from the Lip. Al was a gunslinger when it came to clever quips. There's so many to count. We don't want to recount some of them on the floor of the Senate. They'd probably be stricken from the record, but that's who Al Simpson was. He made you laugh. He also made you think. And that's what made Al so special. He took his service seriously, but he never took himself too seriously. Al and Ann returned to Wyoming after he retired from the Senate. Fortunately for Wyoming and our nation, that service did not end because they never really retired. Al enthusiastically served numerous groups and organizations which all have benefited from his presence. From his beloved alma mater, the University of Wyoming, to the world-renowned Buffalo Bill Historical Center, Al Simpson devoted his time, his talent, and his treasure. When Al saw an unmet need in his community, he worked to see that it was addressed. He was especially active in mentoring future leaders. It's no wonder that he was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2022. It's the highest honor an American civilian can get for service to our country. He was a model of leadership for everyone, regardless of party. He did it all across Wyoming and through the years here in Congress. Once he said, if you have integrity, nothing else matters. If you don't have integrity, nothing else matters. Integrity, work ethic, incredible wit. Al truly leaves behind a legendary career. For Wyoming, Al is a native son, also a North Star and a rock star. For the United States Senate, Al's a leader, a legislative craftsman, and a principled lawmaker. For me, he was a mentor and friend to Ann, to their children, Bill and Colin and Sue, and I talked to Bill and Colin this morning, to their entire extended family. Join the nation in Wyoming in sending you our heartfelt condolences. You can take solace in knowing that the decades of work Al did to make Wyoming and our country a better place will be felt for generations to come. Senator Lummis?
Well, thank you, Senator Barrasso, for those lovely remarks. We both loved Al Simpson and will always love Al Simpson. So today we join the entire state of Wyoming, his family and his close friends in celebrating his life and mourning the passing of U.S. Senator Al Simpson. He was absolutely larger than life and always will be. A beloved statesman. He dedicated his entire life to serving others, his entire life of 93 years. For 18 years here in the U.S. Senate, 12 years in the Wyoming House of Representatives, and 28 years as a very active elder statesman, particularly in his efforts to help and serve our beloved alma mater, the University of Wyoming. He tirelessly advocated for the state of Wyoming, fighting to ensure every corner of our state was not only a great place to work, but a great place to make a home and raise a family. And indeed, he contributed to that as well, with his children and grandchildren and his beloved, beautiful Ann Simpson. My gosh, I saw a picture in the hallway in their home of Ann Simpson when she was in college. She was an absolute knockout. They became the inseparable dynamic duo of Wyoming. She playing the straight woman to his hilarious antics that everyone so loved. There was no stronger advocate for the needs, industries, and interests of Wyoming than Senator Al Simpson. As Senator Barrasso mentioned, during his U.S. Senate tenure, he was repeatedly chosen by his colleagues to serve in leadership as the Republican whip and was a close friend and ally of both Presidents Reagan and George H.W. Bush. Those who met Senator Al Simpson knew he never forgot a face or an interaction, good or bad, and he was happy to remind you of either. And those who were privileged enough to call him friend enjoyed his fierce loyalty, truly fierce loyalty, the kind we all hope we might have with someone in our lives. And his famous sense of humor. I once went to a reception here in Washington, D.C. at a beautiful home, and we walked in and there's a fireplace in the hallway with an original Pizarro hanging over the fireplace. And he goes, "Oh, look, Cynthia, it's a pisseroo." And that was classic Al Simpson. Al was well known around the Capitol for his pithy one-liners, and families in Cody looked forward to spotting him towering. He was a very tall man, maybe 6'7" or so. And he would tower above the trick-or-treaters in his costume, by the way, of Frankenstein. He called himself Franken Al, and he would imitate the monster, which he also had perfected over the years. Al loved life. He loved public service. He loved the state of Wyoming, and particularly the University of Wyoming. My gosh, he was so good to the law school, to the trial advocacy clinics. There was just nothing he wouldn't do to help the University of Wyoming excel as an institution. But he never missed an opportunity to praise his beloved Anne, his children, his grandchildren. I was in law school with both Colin and Bill Simpson. The legacy of that family for the practice of law in Wyoming and elsewhere in the country is truly significant, in addition to the many other legislative victories and policy wins and the fabulous museum, the Buffalo Bill Historical Center in Wyoming, which is truly world-class institution, in large part because of Anne and Al's complete dedication to it. Last year, Anne and Al celebrated their 70th wedding anniversary. How did they celebrate it? They held an ice cream social at Cody City Park with family, friends, and neighbors. That was the Simpson way of doing things. At every gathering Al Simpson attended, people flocked to him and I mean flocked, for a moment with a man each considered one of their closest friends. That's the effect that he had on people. That's the incredible aura that was part of Al Simpson. He truly was a proud son of Cody, Wyoming. Coming from an early pioneer family, Al never forgot his ancestors and the people who came before him. Senator Barrasso just mentioned that his father, Millward, was also a noted Wyoming character, and that trait continues on in the entire family. He never forgot his goals, which were to spread integrity, humor, service, and make sure that the Wyoming he left, the country he left, would be better for the next generation. And I can tell you he accomplished that. He's one of those people you can look to and say he did that in his life. Al's family were his pride and joy, and he was our pride and joy. As a beloved son of Wyoming, a great mentor, a fabulous human being, someone in your life that if you met Al Simpson, it's something you'd say, what was one of my great joys in life? And one would certainly be, I knew Al Simpson. So I ask you all to join us in celebrating the tremendous, extraordinary, curious life of United States Senator Al Simpson. Mr. President, I yield back.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, I wanted to join my colleagues from Wyoming when I heard that they were paying a tribute to Al Simpson, who recently passed away. It was my good fortune 15 years ago to be a member of the Simpson Bowles Commission, where Al Simpson, who had then retired from the Senate, co-hosted that with Erskine Bowles in a bipartisan effort to deal with the deficit. I never had a better time and a more educational experience than to be on that commission. And of course, you can't talk about Al Simpson's public service without referring to his sense of humor. I said to a friend the other day on the floor of the Senate, I miss that part of the Senate. There used to be, you could count on several senators to always have a joke, and he was one of them. And good joke tellers, I found, have two qualities. First, they tell the same joke many times, but it seems like it's the first time. And second, they usually start laughing before the punchline because they're enjoying the joke so much themselves. But in addition to his good humor and nice way about him, he was a wonderful person to work with. Really bipartisan. Being a Democrat, I didn't know quite how I'd deal with him since we'd never served together in the Senate. But he took me under his shoulder like any member of his own party or family. I might also mention for the record that Al and his wife were close friends, Paul and Jean Simon from Illinois, my predecessor. And Ann Simpson attended the funeral service for Jean Simon in Carbondale, Illinois, which I thought was a nice tribute, family to family. I'm sorry that we don't have people like Al Simpson still serving. Maybe it's an incentive for all of us to get a little better at our joke telling. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, we are in the 10th week of the first 10 weeks, obviously, of the Senate's session. It's been exceptionally productive during this time period. We've not only moved more nominees into confirmation for President Trump than any Senate has done in more than 2 decades. We passed bills like the Laken Riley Act, which will absolutely help us in trying to be able to remove criminal aliens out of the country. We've rolled back a lot of Biden's last-minute regulations that he literally threw in the final hours that did not have the oversight, did not have the appearance, and they obviously didn't do it in the first 3.5 years of their term. They stalled it to the very end on that for a reason, because it was unpopular with the American people. Those have been rolled back, many of them, and we still have several to go. Today, we're finishing out a bill called Halt Fentanyl. Fentanyl epidemic is raging in our country. If you go back to just 2019 and compare that to 2023, in that short period of time, in my state of Oklahoma, in 2019, we had 50 people that died of fentanyl. Fast forward 4 years to 2023, the last year we still have that we have complete records on, that is actually 730 people died. In 2023, across the country, we had 74,000 Americans that died from fentanyl overdose. Again, go back to 2019, only about 10% of the opioid deaths in my state had fentanyl connected to it. Fast forward to 2023, 90% of the fentanyl deaths are related to fentanyl. What the Mexican cartels are doing and what Chinese precursor chemicals coming into our country are causing is the death of our fellow citizens. as they slip it into different fake pills, as they slip it into methamphetamine, as they slip fentanyl into cocaine, as they slip it into different places, to have someone who's using a drug or someone who never intended to use that drug to take their life. It has to stop. Even worse, the cartels not only know what they're doing, but they're trying to find specific ways to be able to avoid our laws. Fentanyl has a very specific definition in science of exactly what makes up fentanyl. And so what the cartels are doing is they're changing that chemical makeup ever so slightly in what they call an analog. And so it's really not fentanyl as a definition, meaning law enforcement, when they see it on the street, it has the same effect. It still kills you, but it's actually technically not fentanyl, so you can't be prosecuted for it. This bill that we're bringing to the floor today opens up the fentanyl definition to deal with fentanyl and the analogs of fentanyl, so that the cartels can't continue to be able to bring in these deadly drugs into our country to take the lives and increase addiction in America and get away with it. This puts in the hands of law enforcement, where they've been disarmed in that area, enforcement priorities, so they can actually enforce the law on these cartels and on the drug dealers. And so we can identify it for what it really is. It's a killer drug. The whole Fentanyl Act is incredibly important. And I'm fully aware, in a week where our country is talking about, are we going to have another government shutdown? It's going to slip through and people aren't even going to notice it. But law enforcement will notice it, and families in the future will notice it. Folks aren't dealing with this same addiction, as we're putting one more piece out there to be able to take this on. And Mr. President, as we talk about the government shutdown looming tonight at midnight, I want to remind you in this body again, this is something I've spoken out on for years. Years ago, I sat down with my Democratic colleagues and said, how do we take government shutdowns off the table? How do we end this? There's been proposals for literally decades to be able to end government shutdowns. Republicans have had a proposal for decades that said, well, if we get to the end of the fiscal year and we haven't passed all the bills, we'll just cut spending 1% every month, and that'll force us to come to the table. And my Democratic colleagues have said to me over and over again, you guys are so crazy about reducing federal spending, you'll never reopen the government. It'll just cut funding every single month, and it's easy. Never going to vote for that. My Democratic colleagues literally have a bill to say we'll end government shutdowns by every single month that we don't have a bill passed on it. We'll increase funding by 1% every single month. And Republicans have looked at our Democrat colleagues and said, you've lost your mind. You want to increase spending every single month anyway. You'll never pass another bill. We're never going to do that. There's a bill that sat out there for a while that sounds great, called No Budget, No Pay, that says if we don't pass our budget, we don't get our appropriations work done, then members of Congress won't be paid. And a lot of people say, that's a great idea. I smile at folks back home and I say, I hate to be blunt, but do you know how much most members of the Senate are worth? Their congressional salary from many of my colleagues is a rounding error to their investment portfolio. They're really not worried about their congressional pay to be able to make ends meet at the end of that month. In addition to that, constitutionally, you actually can't change a member's pay during the time that they're actually set. So all it would mean is they wouldn't get their paycheck for however long it took to negotiate it, then they'd still get their money. That's really not going to make a difference. When I sat down with my Democratic colleagues several years ago and said, what's the one pressure point that we all feel that we can hold the American people harmless, but actually get our work done? It's the same thing. Rich or poor, live far away, live close. All of us have the same precious possession that we're all attentive to, and it's time. We all have the same amount of time in a day, and we all fight our calendars because they're full. So our simple solution to end government shutdowns is, if we get to the end of a fiscal year, like we are at tonight, and we haven't got our work done, like it's happening so far, government stays open, same year's level as last year, nothing changes on it. The American people are held harmless, all the agencies are held harmless, but members of Congress, both House and Senate, we stay in session 7 days a week. We have a quorum call at noon every single day, and we can't move to any bill other than appropriations. In other words, if you don't have your work done, you've got to stay until your work's actually done. And we can't go do something else. We have to stay here to be able to get it done. I guarantee you, if this body was in session 7 days a week for 2 weeks, by the end of the second week, we would all be staring at each other saying, I want to go see my family. I want to be able to do the other things that are responsibilities that a senator has. I need to be able to do those things. Let's get this resolved. If you remove all of our time, it puts the pressure on us to be able to actually get our work done. If I can say it just as simple as this, my mom, when my brother and I know it may be shocking to some people that my brother and I didn't always get along every day growing up, but when my brother and I would get into a fight, my mom would send both of us into one of our rooms and say, you guys stay in that room, fight it out. When you're done, then you can come out to the rest of the house. But go settle it in there, but make sure it's settled before you come out here. As silly as it sounds, this government shutdown prevention bill that I've brought year after year is just as simple as my mom's advice. Don't make everybody else have to listen to the fight. Members of Congress should get in the room, fight it out, settle it, and when we're done, we come out and actually vote for it. But in the meantime, the rest of the country shouldn't have to suffer because we didn't get our work done on time. That seems pretty straightforward to me. It's had wide bipartisan support. And there have been lots of moments we've been very close to passing it. There's no trick in it. There's no anything else. It's just, why do we have these crazy government shutdown fight moments that the rest of the world looks at us as Americans and says, why can't the Americans get their act together? And the rest of the country looks at us and says, we have to work out all the details. Why don't you guys have to work out all your details? Those folks are not wrong. We will one day solve this. Apparently, it's not today. Today, there's still a fight over whether we're going to keep the government open for tomorrow. Federal workers that are already dealing with a lot of tension in their life, quite frankly, they've gotten emails and messages. They're hearing about downsizing in federal agencies. They're anxious right now. And there are a lot of folks in my state and quite frankly around the country that say we need to reduce the size of the bureaucracy, which we do. The last time we had a major reduction in the size of the bureaucracy was under Bill Clinton. When Bill Clinton was president, he declared we're going to reinvent government. And under Bill Clinton's presidency, they reduced the federal workforce by 400,000 people. It was a big reduction in federal workforce. That's the last time that's occurred, decades ago. We've grown now to a massive size that we've got to reduce again. Everybody knows it, but if you're a federal worker or a family member or a next door neighbor, you go to church together, you know how agonizing this really is. The last thing those federal workers need is one more thing hanging over their head of a government shutdown at the same time. But it's being debated right now. And my Democratic colleagues are trying to determine if we're going to go into shutdown tonight still. I would simply say, let's get our work done. We disagree on many issues, okay? That's what grown-ups have. We have disagreements. Let's settle our disagreements. Let's keep us operating. Let's take this off the table for good at some point so we don't have this threat hanging over us and some countdown clock on 24-hour news. Here's how many minutes it is until we have a government shutdown. Let's take that off the table and let's get our work done. We have a giant deficit, giant, $2 trillion in overspending this year. We should have budget fights. We should be more efficient. We should allow DOJ and some of those folks to be able to go after some of the wasteful spending. I don't have a lot of people back in my state that are contacting me and saying, I really want to make sure that we're still spending all that money for the grants to go to the transgender opera in Colombia that USAID is funding, or the DEI initiatives in Serbia that USAID is funding. No one's calling me and saying, we need to make sure we keep doing those things. Everyone looks at it and shakes their head and says, what in the world? I want my tax money to go to education, and I want it to go to roads, and I want it to go to national defense. Don't do that. So let's find ways to be more efficient. Let's find ways to be able to reduce waste and fraud. But let's also have the fight during office hours so the American people don't have to feel the effect of a government shutdown. Clock's ticking today. My Democratic colleagues have got to determine if we're going to have this vote today. Let's pass it. I yield the floor.
Chair recognizes the senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, before I begin my comments, I wanted to acknowledge the extraordinary life and the contributions of Senator Alan Simpson from Wyoming. I had an opportunity to hear several of my colleagues speak to the accomplishments of Senator Alan Simpson. And while I did not have an opportunity to serve with him, my father served many years with Al Simpson. And he and my mother, Nancy, were very close friends with Al and his wife, Ann. They traveled together, they joked together, and I had an opportunity to occasionally meet with Al Simpson. As has been mentioned, his humor was legendary, and as a young woman who's kind of observing, here you have this very important person, this senator from Wyoming who was very accomplished in so many years with a sense of humor and a joke for just about everything, sometimes appropriate and maybe sometimes not quite as appropriate. But he was a genuinely beautiful individual, and you saw how he reacted and interacted with people at all levels. I can only imagine the depth of appreciation and love that he had from the people in the great state of Wyoming, because those of us who had just mere glimpses of an opportunity to see him and to know him found him to just be truly a lovely and a good man. And so I know that my parents would want me to be able to express my condolences to the Simpson family and the great appreciation for the contributions that he made to his state of Wyoming and to our great country. I come to the floor this morning with my annual update. As the occupant of the chair heard just a couple weeks ago, we began the last great race, also known as the Iditarod. This is the sled dog race that typically begins from Willow, Alaska, and goes northward to Nome, little less than 1,000 miles. This was the 53rd running of the Iditarod this year. And with great excitement, I am able to announce the winner of this year's Iditarod. At 2:55 a.m. this morning, Jesse Holmes crossed the finish line. He crossed the finish line in a remarkable time of 10 days, 14 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. Now, this is not the fastest Iditarod, but it is by far the longest Iditarod. I mentioned that typically you have an Iditarod race of just about 1,000 miles. This was 1,128 miles through extraordinary wilderness, across conditions that were grueling in perhaps different ways. Soft snow, howling winds, blasting sand, believe it or not, as they were crossing through river areas. It is a tough race every year, but this year was particularly rough. They moved the start of the race this year from Willow to begin in the community of Fairbanks, one of my hometowns there, but took a northern route through the interior along the Yukon River, circling all the way down and doing a loop-de-loop down in Grayling, Angvik, and Shagaluk. The conditions coming up into Eagle Island were described as some of the worst. Actually, the terms that were used were not ones that I'm going to share on the floor here, but it was a pretty tough trail, hard conditions on everyone. But then moving back to Caltag and coming along here across Norton Sound, 8-hour stop here just out of Nome in safety. And Jesse Holmes, again, came under the Burled Arch at 2:55 a.m. this morning with 10 dogs in harness. His lead dogs were Polar and, gosh, who was the other? It was Polar and, I got to find it here because you got to remember, you've got to acknowledge the names of your dogs, because it is the dogs themselves that make sure that that you come across safely and with honor. I can remember Polar and I can't remember the name of the other dog. Hercules and Polar. I mean, isn't that appropriate for your lead dogs that are taking you over 1,100 miles? It's a Herculean effort. So it is indeed something that we as Alaskans look on with great pride each and every year. It is a test of endurance of the animals, certainly. It's a test of endurance for the mushers themselves. Keep in mind, when they set out on the 3rd of March is when they left out of Fairbanks. You're moving day and night, although for most of the mushers, they actually prefer to mush at night when it's cold, because the conditions are actually easier on the dogs so that the dogs don't get overheated. But it's not like you're checking into a roadhouse or checking into a hotel. When you stop, you're literally getting bales of straw that you have had airdropped to a location. You're putting the straw out as bedding for your dog. You are tending to your animals. And what I mean by tending to them, I mean that's feeding them, that's watering them, that's taking their booties off, that's massaging their feet, that's massaging their muscles. That's working your dogs to get them in shape to run before you can pause. and heat up a pot of stew over your kerosene burner. Think about what it means to melt snow, enough snow to water 10 to 14 dogs that have been running miles and miles and miles. So the effort there is physical endurance, most certainly, but also mental endurance. Because when you're just head down, running into the wind, taking on conditions that look the same as you have seen for the past 17 miles because you're running down the width of the wide open river, or going through tussocks and hillocks and a trail that is just so rough and jerky that you've got to stay mentally awake. You've got to be physically on target, but it is hard in every sense of the word. And so there is an appreciation for the athletes, both human, but particularly the dogs themselves. And this is not something where you can have a strategy and say, I'm going to run for the next 43 miles and I'm going to rest my dogs for 4 hours and then we're going to move on. If you're a musher that's a winning musher and a safe musher, you can only go so far as your dogs will tell you. And when the dogs say, it's time to take a pause, you know it's time to take a pause. The third place, the individual who's going to come in third, Paige Drobny here, had a comment just yesterday that she says that she has to make sure that she is watching what her dogs say. And when the dogs give her the look that say, we're not with the CEO right now, she knows, and she says, I'm listening to them. I've got to work. I've got to make sure that they trust me just as I am trusting them. So there is a relationship that is extraordinary when you think about the humans and the canines teaming together. So we have Jesse Holmes, who came in first. Matt Hall has come in second. He's already in Nome, and Paige Drobny is well on her way in. But every single one of these mushers is a winner. Every single one of these 33 teams are winners. And those dogs remind us of that. So people have asked me, what do you get if you win the Iditarod? If this is something that mushers train for day in and day out of each year, it must be some big grand prize. Well, this year, the prize is $52,000, I believe the total sum was. And in addition to that, Jesse Holmes has won several other acknowledgments as he has entered different checkpoints ahead of the rest of the pack here. So his winnings, in addition to the first place finish, total $4,500 in cash, okay, on top of what he is receiving, $4,500 in gold nuggets, 25 pounds of fresh Bristol Bay salmon, and multiple trophies to commemorate each event. So it's not just about the money. It's not just about the accomplishment, but getting some good old Bristol Bay salmon is also not a bad way to be recognized. A little bit about our first place winner this year, Jesse Holmes. I was able to share with my colleague from Alabama. Jesse Holmes hails from Alabama. Alabama is a far piece from Alaska. The temperatures are a little bit different, but Jesse came to Alaska in 2004. He's been there ever since. He fell in love with Alaska. He found that running dogs on a remote trap line along the Yukon River was the lifestyle that he wanted to adopt, and he has embraced it. Some of you may recognize the name. He was a regular between 2015 to 2023 on the Alaska reality TV show, Life Below Zero. I don't know, maybe some of the people follow Life Below Zero. A lot of you follow Alaska reality TV shows, but let me tell you, Jesse Holmes is the real deal. You may see him on reality TV, but he is the real deal. He's raced in the Iditarod every year since 2018. He placed 7th then as a first-time runner and became the 2018 Iditarod Rookie of the Year. So this guy has just been cruising. He has placed in the top 10 now 5 times. So again, an extraordinary musher, but a gentleman who has been proving his worth all along for years now. And we're just honored to be able to congratulate him. This race is one that my colleagues know I get excited about it. This is March Madness, I know, but for us, it's also about the excitement that comes with this amazing race. And it is a reminder to us that Alaska is a place that does not yield to those who are unprepared. It rewards those who respect it, who understand its power, and who find strength when faced with some pretty impossible obstacles. And most people would say it's impossible to run 1,128 miles on a dog sled across these conditions. But the Iditarod is a living tribute to the pioneering spirit and a reminder that hardships are not something to be feared, but just faced with courage. Just run into the storm. So I want to recognize the values that it upholds, the perseverance in face of adversity, the partnership that transcends words, and really the unbreakable will to keep it going no matter what the storm is. So I wanted to share that with colleagues. And before I conclude my time here on the floor, I just want to acknowledge kind of the place that we are at here today on the 14th of March, a day that we have seen coming, not just on the calendar, but we here in the Congress have known that this is the day that our continuing resolution was going to run out. The clock runs, and we had a choice. We have a choice that we've got to make, and that choice is: does the government shut down at 11:59 tonight, or do we keep it open? And I think most of us would say a shutdown is never, ever a good idea. But you want to be able to have an option that is tenable. And I stood here earlier this week and I described what a Morton's fork is. It is a phrase that basically refers to a choice between 2 equally untenable positions. And that's exactly where we are. We have 2 equally untenable positions, in my view. We have a shutdown, which we cannot do. And we have a long-term CR in front of us, meaning a continuing resolution that continues the operations of the government until the 30th of September. People would say that is good, but it doesn't allow for the good work that those of us that have tried to shepherd the appropriations bills through this process. It doesn't allow for that direction from the Congress. It basically continues FY24 levels, but without the parameters that the Congress, that we have directed, not just those of us on the Appropriations Committee, but along with all of our colleagues. And so I do not like a long-term continuing resolution. If we had the ability, if we had had the ability to move our appropriations bills through the floors as we should have, as we set ourselves up to do, but as we were not allowed to do, we were not able to bring those completed appropriations bills, even though the vast majority of them were not only bipartisan, but overwhelmingly supported through the committee. And the Democratic leader didn't bring them to the floor. Didn't happen. And so we didn't have the chance to finish our work. We need to be able to make sure that the work that we do here is concluded. Why? Because that's the responsibility that we have as members of Congress. This is our job. This is our job under the Constitution. It's not the executives. It's not the president's. It's our job. And so if we had had the ability to have a short-term CR to just give us a little more room to finish these up, that could have given us a better option. It could have given us a third option that would have been tenable. But my colleague and the chairman now of the Appropriations Committee, working with her ranking member, tried to get us to that place, multiple offers extended. We didn't get there, and that's a shame. And it's a shame because it puts us again in a place where we have two untenable, equally untenable choices in front of us. So Mr. President, I am reluctant. I am very reluctant to support a long-term CR. I do not like the fact that it gives the executive branch the authority that we own as members of Congress when it comes to defining spending priorities. But I also cannot be part of anything that ultimately shuts this government down. I've been in the Senate for a long while now. I have never voted to go into a government shutdown. In fact, I have been, along with my colleague, engaged in many of those ventures where once the shutdown happened, we were scurrying to try to find ways to avoid extending it, because the danger to our governmental functions and our operations, the harm that it brings to good individuals is simply not worth it. So we're in a bad place. We are in a bad place, and it's a place that I regret. But I can tell you, for one, as a member of the Appropriations Committee, I want us to be able to do our work, and I want to be able to see our work completed, voted on, and then signed into law as the American people expect us to do. With that, Mr. President, I see that my friend from Maine and the chairman of this great committee that we're going to make sure is able to do its work. I yield to her.
Mr. President.
Recognizes the senator from Maine.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the senator from Alaska, who is an extraordinarily talented leader on the Appropriations Committee, for her comments. Mr. President, I rise to urge passage of this funding measure to prevent an unnecessary, harmful, and costly government shutdown at midnight tonight. Mr. President, government shutdowns are inherently a failure to govern effectively and have negative consequences all across government. They inevitably require certain government employees, such as Border Patrol agents, members of our military and Coast Guard, TSA screeners, and air traffic controllers, to report to work with no certainty at all on when they will receive their next paycheck. That's just unfair. Shutdowns also put critical investments in our national defense on hold. Training exercises would be limited, which could hurt our nation's readiness. New programs would be paused, delaying new capabilities from getting to our warfighters. That's why we have always in the past avoided CRs for the Department of Defense. At our borders, the men and women performing vital law enforcement activities would have to do so without pay and without the assistance of support staff, putting more pressure on frontline operators. Other harmful potential impacts include curtailed operations, for the Veterans Benefits Administration, resulting in the closure of education and GI Bill call centers and the suspension of career counseling and transition assistance for our veterans. The closure of our wonderful national parks to visitors, increased travel delays as the onboarding of additional TSA agents would stall, and some FAA employees would face furloughs, and costly delays for projects at the Army Corps of Engineers and critical water infrastructure projects. That is just a very partial list of the harm that would be done from a government shutdown. This unfortunate situation that we're in with a continuing resolution should, however, have been avoided. The Senate should have finished these bills last year, and I called for that repeatedly, as did many other members. Senator Murray and I worked as a team, provided leadership, consulted with the members of our Senate Appropriations Committee. Each of us worked so hard to report 11 of the 12 bills with overwhelming bipartisan support, including 6 which came out of our committee unanimously. Unfortunately, these bipartisan bills languished on the calendar for months, never being brought to the floor for consideration. This decision by the then Senate Majority Leader denied senators the opportunity to debate and amend our reported bills, and denied the House and the Senate the chance to go to conference and work out the differences among the bills. Similarly, attempts since January by House Chairman Tom Cole and I to reach agreement with our Democratic counterparts regrettably were not successful, despite my making 5 good faith offers. Now, Madam President, that opportunity is gone. A year-long CR is by no means my first choice, but our focus now, given where we are, must be on preventing a government shutdown. For the most part, this is a straightforward CR that simply continues fiscal year 2024 funding levels. Now, it does include, and this is important, a number of needed anomalies that are aimed at addressing pressing needs. For example, the CR realigns funding in the appropriations accounts for the Department of Defense to meet current global threats and cover the cost of pay raises for junior enlisted personnel. It provides increased funding for housing assistance and for what is known as the WIC program for women, infants, and children to maintain support for these vulnerable families. Within the Department of Homeland Security, the continuing resolution includes targeted increases to support ICE operations, avoid furloughs of TSA airport screeners, and to fund much needed pay raises for members of our Coast Guard. It also includes increased funding for the FAA so that more air traffic controllers can be hired to make our nation's airspace safer. Madam President, we can delay no longer. It is essential that the continuing resolution be adopted today in order to prevent a harmful government shutdown. I urge its adoption. And Madam President, let each and every one of us here commit to working together on the FY 2026 budget so that we enact appropriations bills prior to the start of the new fiscal year. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Madam President. And I ask unanimous consent to complete my remarks before the vote.
Without objection.
Thank you. Madam President, I have made no secret of my opposition to this bill. For weeks, I have been warning about the real dangers of a year-long CR like the one that has come before us from the House Republicans. But before I talk about those dangers and why I will be voting no on cloture and on final passage, I want my colleagues to hear what I have to say, but I do hope that they've joined me in voting no. I want to talk for a moment about how we did get here, because I fear some members of Republican leadership may need a history lesson. The fact of the matter is, the only reason we are staring down a shutdown deadline halfway into this fiscal year is because the House Republicans decided to kick the can down the road with a major punt, and because they have repeatedly walked away from the table. This is just the historical record. We were all here for it. We saw what happened. Perhaps it's worth ticking through it once more, because I'll admit it can get easy to lose track of all that has happened over the last few months and just how many times House Republicans made a deal just to break it in recent years. So I want to give a refresher. It's been a while as my time as a preschool teacher, but I guess school's back in session. Because I'm not going to let anyone get away with ignoring how Republicans forced us to the edge of a shutdown today. Remember last year, after a bruising FY24 process in which House Republicans made one ridiculous demand after the next and caused one delay after the other, as Appropriations Chair, I worked hard alongside my colleagues, including Senator Collins, who's here today, within our committee to write and pass serious bipartisan spending bills for this current fiscal year. It was no easy feat. We had less resources at our disposal to make use of, and we had even more challenges to address. But we managed to work together, Senator Collins and I and our committee members, and we cleared all of but one of our bills overwhelmingly in committee, and many of those bills cleared on unanimous votes. Then come November, after the election, I was pushing very hard to get our funding bills done and wrapped up by the end of the year. My Democratic colleagues and even many of my Republican colleagues wanted to get that done. But Speaker Johnson and Trump chose to kick the can down the road. They chose to. Trump reportedly wanted to make sure his fingerprints were on our spending bills for this fiscal year. And the Speaker not only wanted to, of course, please Trump, he was worried about how a messy funding fight might complicate his path to becoming Speaker again. So the decision was made, and Speaker Johnson punted from December to March. Then we negotiated a bipartisan CR to fund the government through March 14th today. Along with that, we passed a disaster relief and we extended critical laws. And we reached a bipartisan, bicameral deal, and then House Republicans walked away and blew that deal up at the last minute. Why? I'll tell you. Because the richest man in the world sent a bunch of completely inaccurate tweets. And instead of saying, you know what? Actually, Elon, you have no clue what you're talking about. These are programs that help my constituents. House Republicans said, let's put this guy in charge. They killed that bipartisan agreement, rolled out an altogether different bill not long thereafter, and punted on government funding. That is what happened. And that is essentially what they have been doing ever since, cheering and clapping as Trump and Elon got basic facts wrong, broke laws, blocked funding that our communities needed, dismantled entire agencies, fired veterans, shuttered our Social Security offices, and break government to enrich themselves. And while Trump and Republican leadership were fixating on whether they passed one bill or two for their plan to cut health care for kids, to pass more tax cuts for billionaires, a fast approaching deadline was on its way to us, one that's here now. For the next several months, Madam President, I have remained at the table, ready to negotiate funding bills. My Democratic counterpart in the House, Rosa DeLauro, and I never left the table, not once. We made an offer after an offer, as did our Republican counterparts. My top priority has been and continues to be doing what we do every year, which is passing full-year funding bills with the detailed directives that we include in our spending laws every year. I have wanted to make sure we continue to provide those and make sure that our constituents' voices are heard. They're heard in federal funding, which I have to say this CR fails to do. Instead of working with us in good faith to fund the government in a bipartisan way, Speaker Johnson and Republican leadership walked away and started working on a Republican funding bill without an ounce, not an ounce, of Democratic input. I remained at the table. My counterparts on appropriations and I continued to talk to keep the ball rolling. But by the end of last week, for all intents and purposes, we had an agreement on top-line funding. But the call had been made. The call had already been made. Johnson was in on it. Trump was in on it. Russ Vought was in on it. And Johnson decided, instead of talking with Democrats, it would be easier to have Trump get on the phone and scream and bully House Republicans into submission. He figured if outright intimidation from Trump was enough to convince every Republican to vote for a budget resolution that will cut Medicaid for seniors and kids, then it might also be enough for them to pass a Republican CR, especially if Trump threatened dissenters with political retribution, which of course he did. And that is the bill they rolled out on Saturday and passed earlier this week. Now, as I have laid out in depth, the year-long CR House Republicans sent our way hands a blank check to Elon Musk and Donald Trump to decide how our constituents' taxpayer dollars get spent, all while cutting the funding working people count on each and every day. It is anything but a, quote, clean CR. What Republicans are pushing here is not a continuing resolution. In this case, CR stands for complete resignation. Because what Republicans are doing here is ceding more discretion to two billionaires to decide what does and does not get funded in their states. It is a power grab CR. But not only that, it does make serious cuts to domestic funding. It leaves our working families in the dust. We are talking about a nearly 50% cut to life-saving medical research into conditions affecting our service members. It is a giant shortfall in funding for NIH. It is a massive cut in funding for Army Corps projects and $15 billion less for our domestic priorities. Madam President, this bill will force Social Security to cut staff and close offices and make it harder for our seniors to get the benefits they spent their careers paying into the system to earn. It creates a devastating shortfall that risks tens of thousands of Americans losing their housing. So this bill causes real pain for communities across the country. And let me be clear, this bill empowers Trump and Musk to pick winners and losers. And I guarantee you they will not only go after Democrats. Inexplicably, House Republicans are saying, give Trump all this power or we'll shut down government. Well, let's be very clear. That is and always has been a false choice. The reality is there were other options House Republicans could have chosen. But they chose to pull out of bipartisan negotiations and send a deeply partisan bill here to the Senate today. Democrats did not have an ounce of input into writing this bill. And now House Republicans expect us to support it? That makes zero sense. Let me be clear, in my time in Congress, never, ever has one party written partisan full-year appropriations bills for all of government and expected the other party to go along without any input. To my colleagues here who want to pass individual appropriations bills in a timely manner for next fiscal year, how are Democrats supposed to trust those who they will be in good faith, that they will be talking to us in good faith negotiations? After we did the hard work of negotiating overwhelmingly bipartisan appropriations bills last year, only for us to see this today from Republicans in the House. Only for Republicans to now say, swallow this partisan House Republican CR, or it will be Democrats that are shutting down the government. Madam President, that is a false choice and one we cannot accept going forward. When I cast my vote today, I am representing nearly 8 million people in Washington state. And in this democracy, their voices count for something. So you better believe I am not handing over my vote in exchange for nothing. The choice is not a government shutdown or passing a bill to write a blank check to Elon Musk. It is not, that is not how this works. On Monday, I rolled out a clean 4-week extension to prevent a shutdown and to keep government funded while giving us the time to hammer out a bipartisan agreement. We could still pass that right here, right now. If any member has any suggestions on what they want to see in the CR, I am all ears. Now, House Republicans may have already left town, but I'm pretty sure they know how to get on a plane. That's their job. Show up and vote. The bottom line is this bill will mean more pain and chaos for our country. I cannot support it. And please, let's remember, Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. If you refuse to put forward an offer that includes any Democratic input, you don't get Democratic votes. That's on Republicans. If you don't get any input from Democrats, it's a Republican vote. A shutdown is on Republicans. The American people rightly understand that Republicans have pushed this country towards a shutdown. They do understand that Donald Trump has created a massive economic uncertainty and is putting us on track for a Republican recession. With his indiscriminate layoffs, his illegal funding freeze, his incoherent trade war, and now by threatening a Republican shutdown. Democrats did not write this bill. We did not have any input. But if we had, we sure wouldn't have handed over more of our power to 2 billionaires. You can bet we would not have cut our domestic investments by billions. Democrats did not write this bill. But if we did, we would have protected our public schools. Democrats did not write this bill, but if we did, we would have put our veterans first. And you can bet we would not have prevented the District of Columbia from spending its own taxpayer dollars and be forced to lay off police and teachers. Democrats did not have any say on this bill. But if we did, we would have protected our public lands and your health care and life-saving cancer research. So I hope my Democratic and yes, my Republican colleagues as well will join me on voting no on this bill and swiftly passing a 4-week extension so we can hammer out a better bipartisan solution. I am voting no because my constituents should have a say in how their tax dollars are spent. I am voting no because Congress, each one of us, not Elon Musk, should decide which schools or which hospitals get funding. I'm voting no, and I hope my colleagues will join me. And before I close, Madam President, I want to say to my constituents who are frightened and scared, I understand your fears. Some days I share them, but your voice matters. Speaking out matters. You elected me to be your voice, and you better believe I will keep fighting for you. So shoulders up, keep the faith. We stand strong, but we do not stand down. We're going to keep fighting for the America we love. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Mississippi.
I ask unanimous consent to speak for up to 5 minutes prior to the scheduled roll call votes.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. I have the greatest respect for the previous speaker and also for the distinguished chair of the Appropriations Committee. If she gets her way this afternoon or later tonight, the government will shut down. We'll have to call the House back in. It will be a long period of uncertainty and a shutdown, and that's the choice we're faced with. The Speaker of the House has been faced with a very, very slim margin in the House of Representatives. He's had to do a deal that none of us likes, but he's decided that we have a responsibility to govern, and the better choice is to keep the government open. The previous speaker has had 6 months to try to negotiate the deal, which she says we can do now in 30 days. It's not going to happen. But we're here to make tough choices today. Senator Collins and I and others will make tough choices. We don't like the choices before us, but that's the way you have to govern. But let me talk about an easy choice that the Senate will soon have to make, and that is the nomination of Mr. Stephen Feinberg, President Trump's choice to serve as Deputy Secretary of Defense. Here's the reason it's going to be an easy choice for us in just a few moments. He was reported from the Armed Services Committee by an 18-9 vote, a bipartisan, overwhelming vote, and he'll do a good job. The Secretary of Defense focuses on policy, on the overall policy. The Deputy Secretary of Defense, the position that Mr. Feinberg will hold if he is confirmed, as I'm sure he will be. This person oversees the day-to-day operations of the vast Pentagon by leading its budget process, managing its people, and driving crucial internal reforms. Steve Feinberg is the exact person for this. Now, under normal circumstances, the Deputy Secretary of Defense requires exemplary skills in management, budgeting, and problem solving. But today's extraordinary environment requires even more of that, a manager of the highest caliber in that role. And so let's look at just 2 or 3 items from Steve Feinberg's resume. He's been founder and co-chief executive officer and chief investment officer of Cerberus. He's also founded and co-founded other Cerberus affiliates and Cerberus funds. He's managed separate pools of capital for Gruntel and Company, and he's also had high responsibilities in Drexel, Burnham, and Lambert. He knows how to manage huge billion-dollar operations and to manage people. He's also a perfect person for this role. He's well-spoken, he's calm, he's understated, he'll be largely invisible, but he is the man to help us rebuild the military, reform the way the Pentagon does business, and turn this unaudited Pentagon bureaucracy around. He will get a resounding bipartisan vote on the floor, I predict, as he did in the committee. And I congratulate the president on this nomination and on the bipartisan vote that we'll soon get on a vote that is relatively easy compared to some of the harder votes later on today. And I yield the floor, Madam President.
The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? Appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
You will run. Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Ms. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Betterman, Mr. Betterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Resch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Budd, Cassidy, Haggerty, Marshall, Moody, Murkowski, Paul, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Tillis, Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Hassan, Heinrich, Kelly, King, Lujan, Markey, Padilla, Schatz, Smith, Warnock, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Miss Ernst, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Kim, Mr. Kim, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Ship, no. Mr. Rish, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Warner, Aye. Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Cruz. Aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth. No.
The yeas are 59, the nays are 40. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the president will immediately be notified of the Senate's action. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of will resume legislative session and resume consideration of Senate Bill 331, which the clerk will report.
Calendar number 18 S331, a bill to amend the Controlled Substances Act with respect to the scheduling of fentanyl-related substances and for other purposes.
Majority Whip.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the order of yesterday be amended so that the committee report the substitute amendment of S331 be agreed to with all other remaining provisions in effect.
Without objection. Under the previous order, all post-cloture time on the bill is expired. Amendment number 1237 is withdrawn. The committee reported substitute is agreed to, and the clerk will read the title of the bill for the third time.
Calendar number 18 S331, a bill to amend the Controlled Substances Act and so forth and for other purposes.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Ms. Blunt, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, thank you, Mr. Booker. I got you, Sheehy, Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Got him. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. No, you better not. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Blumenthal, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cruz, Curtis, Durbin, Fetterman, Fisher, Gallego, Graham, Grassley, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kane, Kennedy, Kim, King, Langford, Lujan, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Murray, Ossoff, Risch, Schmidt, Sheehy, Smith, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Warner, Whitehouse, and Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Blunt Rochester, Booker, Duckworth, Padilla, Sanders, Schiff, Van Hollen, Warren, and Welch. Mr. Peters, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Paul. Aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Ms. Collins. Aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Aye. Mr. Rounds. Aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Rosen. Aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Aye. Ms. Hirono. No. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Oh, I'm so sorry. Mr. Warnock, no. Aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. this vote, the yeas are 84, the nays are 16, and the bill as amended is agreed to. It's passed. I'm sorry.
On this vote, the yeas are 84, the nays are 16. The bill is passed, as amended is passed.
President.
Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table.
Mr.
Mr. President, I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President,
Senator from Arkansas.
I ask consent to end the quorum call.
Is there objection?
I ask unanimous consent that there be up
Without
to
objection.
I ask unanimous consent that there be up to 20 minutes of debate under the control of Senator Paul for debate only.
At this time?
Yes.
Without objection? Senator from Kentucky.
President Trump has pledged to balance the budget. I want to help him. I want to help him with this task. But to balance the budget requires much less spending than this current bill entails. Our national debt now exceeds $36 trillion. That's 124% of the size of our economy. That should not be a surprise. We're adding $2 trillion every year to the debt, this year included. Critics of excessive federal spending have rightly argued that we should return spending to pre-pandemic levels. This is something I could support. The spending bill before us, though, spends $400 billion more than we were spending before the pandemic. Spending went through the roof during the pandemic and it never came back down, and the deficits are out of control. In order for this bill to get back to pre-pandemic levels, it would have to be $400 billion less. That's something I could support. 3 months ago, when the current continuing resolution was passed at the end of last year, we were told that we just needed to clear the decks. President Trump was going to come in and the Republicans would be in charge, and then everything would be okay. Just wait. Pass it along in December. Come March, Republicans will be in charge and something will happen. And yet the bill before us doesn't change anything. The bill before us keeps the same Biden spending levels. We were told with relentless fury that we would fight for the taxpayers come spring, and we are given a bill that doesn't change. It doesn't change the course of accumulating $2 trillion in debt every year. The powers that be, I believe, waved the white flag of surrender when they presented the American people with this bill that fails to make the cuts that are necessary to slow down the accumulation of our debt. The malpractice is made even worse this time around. Presidents of both parties pay lip service to the idea that the national debt must be addressed. Despite tough talk, deficits and debt inevitably keep rising. We now have over $36 trillion in debt. Unlike past presidents, though, President Trump created the Department of Government Efficiency, affectionately known as DOGE, to identify wasteful programs and eliminate them. Despite DOGE working around the clock, identifying appalling waste of taxpayers' dollars, this bill continues to fund the same programs that are funding the waste and fraud that's been located. How can that be? If we've located the waste and fraud, why are we not telling them reduced foreign aid? If the foreign aid budget is full of all kinds of crazy left-wing advocacy and nonsense, reduce the amount of money you give him. This bill will give them the same amount of money they got last year. This bill allows foreign aid to continue. It doesn't incorporate any of the DOGE cuts. It doesn't cut waste. This bill embraces the waste. It allows the waste to continue. This bill doesn't respect the taxpayer. It continues to throw their money away. This bill continues the Biden levels of spending that caused historic inflation, that caused prices to rise, that caused people to be outraged to vote for a new president. Why in the world would we continue the same spending levels that led to the debt, that led to the inflation that is plaguing us? This malpractice is compounded by the fact that President Trump and DOGE made it easy for Congress to fix. They actually told us where the waste was and where the waste and abuse was and told us how to root it out, how to remove it. The waste found by DOGE truly shocks the conscience. Taxpayers paid $25,000 for an LGBT trans opera in Colombia. They spent $2 million on sex changes in Guatemala. They spent $1.5 million advancing DEI initiatives in Serbia. They spent $6 million on tourism in Egypt. They spent $32,000 for a transgender comic book in Peru. Some of the USAID's programs have actually gone beyond woke absurdity into pouring money and support to people who are the enemies of the United States. The agency provided millions of dollars to EcoHealth, which funded the dangerous research in Wuhan, which in all likelihood created and caused the pandemic. From this account, also millions of dollars went to support agriculture in Afghanistan, including fertilizer for the poppy fields grown by the Taliban. And yet, even after all that DOGE has uncovered, and I commend them, Congress is still on the verge of passing a bill that fully funds foreign aid. Many in this chamber think it's wasteful to do all these things, and they say, well, why should we keep spending money on foreign aid that is paying for sex changes in Guatemala, and yet the funding levels in this bill stay the same? These are the same funding levels for the foreign aid that were occurring under the Biden administration. Let me say that again and clearly. This bill fully funds the outrageous foreign aid programs that Elon Musk and Doge have exposed. Something doesn't make sense here. Well, Congress seems slow to open its eyes to waste and abuse. Secretary Rubio has acted. He recently said that the United States is canceling 83% of the foreign aid contracts. I'm for that. And in fact, that's what my amendment will do. My amendment will take the contracts, the dollar amount of the contracts that President Trump and Secretary Rubio have canceled, and put them into language so they don't get funded. Why in the world would we not be for getting rid of the funding for the crazy programs we're trying to get rid of? Something doesn't make sense here. President Trump and his team identified the cuts that need to be made, but it is ultimately Congress, not the executive, that has the power of the purse. Congress has to act to make the cuts identified by the administration a reality. And on that score, the bill under consideration today is a disappointment. The bill is a disappointment to those who believe that congressional leadership should have used the 3 months since they came into office. Since Doge and Elon Musk have identified this waste, they should have used that waste and incorporated it into the spending bill. None of the Doge cuts, none of Elon Musk's suggestions have been incorporated into the spending bill. The spending bill continues spending at the Biden levels. The spending bill will be, when everybody wakes up and scratches their head and says, what happened here? The spending will lead to $2 trillion in debt. People will wake up and say, well, what about all those cuts? What happened? I thought we were cutting out waste and fraud. And come September, the deficit for the year will be $2 trillion because we're not actually cutting the spending. Congress has to do the heavy lifting. We owe the American people an answer to this question. Exactly how many Republican seats are required in Congress to achieve a majority that will actually fight to lower government spending? I don't think the taxpayers need to wait for that fight any longer. I'm not willing to say, oh, just wait, young man, wait for another day. We'll be fixing this in 6 months from now. It never comes. This is the story of this place. Wait till another day. Wait till the sun shines. We'll finally cut some spending. Never comes. Someone must make a stand and fight. To that end, I offer a Doge Cuts 1.0 amendment that would codify the cuts in foreign aid, reducing USAID's budget by 83% and aligning with Secretary Rubio's recent decision to eliminate thousands of these programs. So what I am doing is not inconsistent with the Trump administration. What I am doing is in support of the Trump administration. What I am doing is taking the preliminary cuts that Secretary Rubio has given to foreign aid and making them law. Why? Because the whole judiciary is opposing the president. They're telling him he can't fire people, he can't cut spending. He needs Congress to step up and do their job. He needs the people who support the president need to be supporting the president's cuts. They need to be supporting an amendment, Doge 1.0, that puts those cuts into law. I'm not even talking about codifying all of the cuts. I'm only taking a small sliver of them in foreign aid. This is the low-hanging fruit. This is the worst of the worst. This is $3 million for girl-centric climate change in Brazil. This is $4.8 million for social media influencers in Ukraine. This is hundreds of thousands of dollars spent sending Ukrainian fashion designers to the Paris fashion show. This is waste, utter and simple waste, and it ought to be cut. Why would people tell you publicly they're for it and then vote against it? It doesn't seem to make any sense. What my amendment does is put Doge's findings into action, eliminating much of the funding for an agency that spent its tax dollars on woke entertainment and advocacy. It sets in law the reductions that the Trump administration has made known to be necessary. I applaud Doge's work to uncover these many instances of abuse of taxpayer dollars, and it's now Congress's turn to make the cuts stick. If we do not adopt my amendment, then taxpayers will simply continue spending substantial amounts of money to defund components of the government rather than using savings to pay down our mounting debt. In other words, You might cut it and think it's cut one day, but what if the courts say you have to spend it somewhere else? It never comes back. The cuts are never real. The only way the cuts the administration are making will ever be real, will ever be counted, and will ever lessen the debt in the country is to vote in Congress. That's what this is about. It would be the height of hypocrisy for Congress to pay lip service to DOJ's exceptional work, support it on superficial, and then vote against it when you have a chance to vote on it. Continuing to spend at this bill's level will add $2 trillion in debt. That is a fact. All the newspapers reporting yesterday, it was all over the news, record-setting accumulation of debt. We've accumulated over $1 trillion and we're not halfway through the year. It's a record accumulation of debt. It only stops when people stand up and say enough is enough. The least we can do is make sure that it doesn't include the egregious spending that has come from the foreign aid, the craziness, the sex change operations in Guatemala, trans operas, trans comic books, all of these ludicrous things that no American supports will only go away and will only go away with permanence if we vote for it. Before us is a chance to enact about $16 billion worth of DOJ's cuts in foreign aid. These cuts are only real in the long term if they're reflected in congressional action. If we continue to fund the federal government at the Biden administration levels, which is what this bill does, then the money from DOJ's hard-found savings will just be spent somewhere else. I urge all my colleagues who have praised DOJ's work to match their actions to their words and vote yes on this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back the remainder. Since of a quorum.
Clerk call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
about should I say 15? Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to vacate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President,
Senator Morgan.
Notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that Senator Wyden, Senator Sanders, and Senator Scott be recognized for up to 25 minutes, and that following the remarks, the Majority Leader be recognized.
Is there objection?
Mr. President, I come
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come to the floor, my colleague from Vermont, Senator Sanders, to pass a set of critical improvements to Americans' healthcare system. This legislation is overwhelmingly bipartisan, fully paid for, and targeted at two objectives every senator ought to support: improving healthcare for Americans and cracking down on the middlemen who take advantage of the system. 597 days ago, the Senate Finance Committee passed the most comprehensive legislation in history to address the pharmacy benefit manager predatory business practices, and it was passed by a vote of 26-1. 493 days ago, the Senate Finance Committee passed another piece of healthcare legislation that improves mental health care for Americans with Medicaid, expands and strengthens telehealth, and more PBM policies by a vote, again, of 26-0. Since that time, negotiations about how to sign these policies into law have been fatally intertwined with the dysfunctional debate over congressional appropriations, as the public can see on full display this week. These policies are too important to leave behind due to an unrelated disagreement. Community pharmacists are counting on this legislation. Doctors who don't want to see a pay cut are counting on this legislation. Seniors and working families who want better care at a lower cost are counting on this legislation. So the time to act is now. In December, Democrats and Republicans struck a deal on this bill. I have the press release on my website to prove it. It was introduced in the House and set for passage. But along came Elon Musk and his now familiar wrecking ball. With one tweet, he killed the entire package for reasons that had nothing to do with the bill before the Senate today. Musk even had the gall to tweet, "What is a pharmacy benefit manager?" less than 2 weeks after he single-handedly killed the bill, Mr. President. While this unelected billionaire rifles through Americans' private information and earned benefits, claiming to be looking for waste, fraud, and abuse, he doesn't even know about the middlemen who skim billions off the federal government. Since Musk's tweeting adventure, 237 independent pharmacies have closed their doors. That's nearly 3 small businesses closing every day. Our bill includes critical protections that stop the giant PBMs from bullying even more local pharmacies into the abyss. Every day matters. That's why it's critical to act now. Now I'd like to yield to the ranking member of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, Senator Sanders, so he can explain the important pieces of this bill that are in his committee's jurisdiction that also need to pass as soon as possible. Senator Sanders.
Well, thank you very much.
Senator from Vermont.
Thank you. Let me thank Senator Wyden for his outstanding work as the former chairman of the Finance Committee and now as the ranking member. Mr. President, I got around Vermont a bit. I got around the country a bit. And generally speaking, when I talk to a group of people, I ask them a simple question. So what do you think about the healthcare system? Is it working well or is it broken? Is it dysfunctional? And overwhelmingly, the hands go up that the American healthcare system today is broken, it is dysfunctional, it is cruel. And what people understand is the function of the American healthcare system today is not to provide quality healthcare to all of our people, which in fact goes on in every other major country on earth. It is to make huge profits for the drug companies and the insurance companies. Mr. President, the current healthcare system is a system in which we spend twice as much per capita on healthcare as do the people of any other nation. Astronomical sum of money. And yet, despite all that money, 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured, and the cost of healthcare keeps going up every single year. 1 out of 4 Americans cannot afford the cost of the drugs that their doctors prescribe. And unbelievably, it is a system in which 60,000 Americans die each year because they can't get to a doctor on time. It is a system in which we don't have enough doctors, we don't have enough nurses, we don't have enough dentists, we don't have enough pharmacists. But the good news is the insurance companies and the drug companies are making huge profits. The current healthcare system is a system in which our life expectancy is lower than any other major country. And if you're working class in America, you're going to live 7 years shorter life than if you are wealthy. It is a system in which some 500,000 people go bankrupt each year because of medically related debt. It is a system where in large parts of our country, rural hospitals are being shut down and where people, even with decent insurance, have to travel hours in order to find a doctor. Mr. President, as Senator Wyden indicated, in December, after months and months of difficult negotiations, and I want to congratulate Senator Wyden, Senator Crapo, and all the people involved in those negotiations, we made some progress on this healthcare crisis by coming together on a bipartisan and bicameral agreement on a healthcare package. That legislation, while more modest than I would have wanted, would have provided $4.5 billion for community health centers this year and $4.6 billion next year, up 15% from a few years ago. Community health centers provide primary health care to 32 million Americans, working class, lower income people. Do a phenomenal job, but they're under financial stress. That legislation would have provided $350 million a year over 2 years for the National Health Service Corps, so we can attract young people to go out and work, young doctors to work in underserved areas. And it would have provided $300 million a year for teaching health centers. It would have also lowered the outrageous price of prescription drugs by taking on the greed of pharmacy benefit managers. It was a bipartisan bill. And just before that bill was going to be passed, Elon Musk, the wealthiest man in the world, who does not have to worry about whether he and his friends can afford health care, he sent out a series of tweets, some of them outrageously dishonest, to kill this legislation, and he succeeded in doing so. So today, Mr. President, it is important that we take a step forward and undo the damage that Mr. Musk caused. And the legislation that we are proposing today would in fact begin to take us back where we were. It would increase funding for community health centers and do all of the other important work that Senator Wyden wanted. We have a healthcare crisis in America today. The CR that we're going to be voting on in a little while will make a bad situation worse. This is an opportunity to tell the American people that we are aware of the healthcare crisis. We are at least trying to do something. And I would yield back to Senator Wyden.
President, I just want to thank my colleague.
Senator Morgan.
President, just very briefly, I want to thank my colleague. We have been working, as we've indicated, for months and months because Americans, with respect to healthcare, feel like they're getting hit by a wrecking ball here in terms of the costs and inability to get quality care. So with that, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate Committee on Finance be discharged from further consideration of SA 891, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration, that the Wyden substitute amendment, which is at the desk, be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered, read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from Florida.
I object.
Objection is heard.
That's it. So here we have a health care
Senator from
crisis.
Vermont.
I would ask. We have a health care crisis 85 million uninsured or underinsured, people dying because they can't afford health care. We pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. We have reached a bipartisan conclusion to go forward in a modest way, but it would have some impact in improving health care in America, and my Republican colleague objects. That's about it. Well, I hope the American people are watching. Thank you, Mr. President.
Note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader,
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended,
without objection.
and I ask unanimous consent that the cloture motion with respect to the motion to proceed to H.R. 1968 be withdrawn, the motion to proceed to H.R. 1968 be agreed to, further that if cloture is filed on H.R. 1968, the Senate immediately vote on the motion to invoke cloture, and if cloture is invoked, the only amendments in order to H.R. 1968 be the following. Merkley, number 1273, Duckworth, number 1274, Van Hollen, number 1272, and Paul, number 1266. That the Senate vote on adoption of the amendments in the order listed with 60 affirmative votes required for adoption, with the exception of the Paul amendment, that there be 2 minutes for debate equally divided prior to each vote. Further, that upon disposition of the Paul amendment, all post-cloture time be expired. The bill be considered, read a third time, and the Senate vote on passage of the bill as amended, if amended, all without further intervening action or debate. Further, that following disposition of H.R. 1968, the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S. 1077, that there be up to 10 minutes for a debate on the bill equally divided between the two leaders of their designees, that upon the use or yielding back of time, the bill be considered, read a third time, the Senate vote on passage with no amendments or motions to order the bill, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate. Finally, following disposition of S. 1077, and notwithstanding Rule 22, the Senate resume executive session and vote on the motion to invoke cloture on Phelan nomination, and if cloture is invoked on the Phelan nomination, all post-cloture time be expired. The Senate immediately vote on the motion to invoke cloture on the Landau nomination, and if cloture is invoked on the Landau nomination, all post-cloture time be expired. The Senate vote on confirmation of the nominations at a time to be determined by the majority leader in consultation with the Democratic leader no earlier than Monday, March 24th.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Mr. President.
Under previous order, the clerk will report the bill.
Calendar number 26, H.R. 1968, an act making further continuing appropriations and so forth and for other purposes.
The Democratic Leader.
Mr. President, before we finish today, I would like to say that soon the Senate will vote on a bipartisan piece of legislation that will make an important DC funding fix. This legislation will make sure that we take care of the residents of the district. It will support law enforcement and firefighters and teachers and city services. The legislation is very good news for the residents of the District of Columbia. I'm happy we're passing the bill today. I thank my colleagues for working quickly to bring this bill to the floor. Once the Senate acts, we urge the House to act quickly. Now, government funding expires at midnight tonight, and the votes before us is a Hobson choice. The CR bill is a bad bill. But as bad as the CR is, I believe that allowing Donald Trump to take even more power via a government shutdown is a far worse option. A shutdown would allow DOGE to shift into overdrive. It would give Donald Trump and DOGE the keys to the city, the state, and country. And that is a far worse alternative. Now, I want to remind everyone that it was Republicans who pushed this false shutdown choice. Their inability to govern has led us to this precipice. Our caucus members have two bad choices. Different senators will come down on different sides of the question, but that does not mean that any Senate Democrat supports a shutdown. Whatever the outcome, our caucus will be united in our determination to continue the long-term fight to stop Donald Trump's dangerous war on our democracy and on America's working families. And now I want to be clear about what this bill does and does not do. The full year CR is a law that sets funding levels for the full year, and the president and executive branch have a legal and constitutional duty to faithfully execute the CR. The CR does not change the underlying law, making the Trump administration's impoundments and mass firings illegal. This is true as a matter of law. Nothing in the CR changes the Impoundment Control Act, the foundation of Congress's appropriations authority, and the authorization laws that require USAID and other agencies to exist and to operate the programs Congress has assigned to them. Nothing changes Title V, governing the civil service, the Administrative Procedure Act, and so on. One of the reasons I'm voting for cloture is for the very reason that these actions are illegal and no new law is needed to declare that. I yield the floor.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk for calendar number 26, HR 1968.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on calendar number 26, HR 1968, an act making further continuing appropriations and other extensions for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I ask consent that the mandatory quorum call be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, for all the information of all senators, there will be up to 9 roll call votes. I will ask unanimous consent that all votes following the first vote be 10 minutes in length, and that if senators will stay in their seats, we should be able to get them done even more quickly than that. So everybody be here after this first vote. These are going to be 10-minute votes.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on calendar number 26, HR 1968, an act making further continuing appropriations and other extensions for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on HR 1968, an act making further continuing appropriations and other extensions for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes shall be brought to a close? The yeas and the nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. I got you. Thank you. Mr. Schumer, I did get you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Thank you. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Bozeman, Britt, Collins, Cornyn, Crapo, Durbin, Ernst, Graham, King, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Mullen, Ricketts, Schatz, Schumer, Sheehy, Thune, and Tillis. Senators voting in the negative: Cantwell, Duckworth, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Murray, Ossoff, and Paul. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Marino, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Thank you. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Klobuchar? No. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Young, Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Okay. Mr. Blumenthal, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 62, the nays are 38. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn have voted in the affirmative. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, we've already locked in 10-minute votes.
Majority Leader.
We've already locked in 10-minute votes for the balance of the number of votes, but if people stay here in their seats, we can execute that a lot more quickly.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I call my amendment 1273 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Oregon, Mr. Merkley proposes an amendment number 1273.
There will now be 2 minutes of debate equally divided.
Colleagues, let me keep this very simple. We provided a lot of funding in the Inflation Reduction Act so that those who have very sophisticated finances and very powerful advisors that try to avoid ever paying their taxes don't get away with it, because it's a fundamental fairness all across America. Ordinary working people have the money taken out of their paychecks every week. Just because people have enormous paychecks and fancy consultants shouldn't be that they get licensed to cheat. And all of that money went to make sure that those upper income folks knew that somebody might be taking a look at their finances. If this amendment fails, it will increase the deficit by $46 billion. So I hope all of you who are fiscally responsible and care about fundamental fairness to workers across America will vote for this amendment.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, this isn't about saving $46 billion. It's about spending $46 billion. It's about saving $20 billion. The Democrats' partisan supersized IRS funding is something we've been battling over for a couple of years now. It's a textbook example of the type of out-of-control spending that President Trump and Republicans have rightly opposed. Rather than working together to help the IRS solve its massive taxpayer service and IT shortcomings, the misnamed Inflation Reduction Act went to fund untargeted and heavily handed enforcement improvement. As I mentioned at the time, the last thing hardworking Americans need is an IRS funding bloat that disproportionately hurts them. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment to provide the IRS nearly 2 times its entire annual budget in unaccountable enforcement dollars.
A sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick.
No.
Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Markowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Resch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative. Senators voting in the affirmative. Also Brooks, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Smith, Van Hollen, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse. Senators voting in the negative. Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Hall, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Warner? Aye. Mr. Gallego? Aye. Mr. Kane? Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto? Aye. Mr. Ossoff? Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand? Aye. Ms. Slotkin? Aye. Mr. Schumer? Aye. Mr. Hoven? No. Ms. Baldwin? Aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is not agreed to. Order. Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment 1274 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Illinois, Ms. Duckworth, proposes an amendment number 1274.
Mr.
There will
President,
now be 2 minutes of debate equally divided.
Mr. President, what Trump and Musk have done to our veterans in just 8 weeks since Trump has been back in office amounts to a total betrayal. He's already fired more veterans than any other president in modern history, 6,000 and counting, for no apparent reason, forcing the bravest people you or I could ever meet to have to worry about how they're going to put food on the family's table next week or keep a roof over their heads next month. These are folks who did 1, 2, 6, 7 tours, then came home and chose to continue serving their nation by joining federal service. These are heroes who deserve our utmost gratitude. Instead, Trump and Musk are giving them the middle finger. Cadet Bonespurs may like to wrap himself in the flag with one hand, but with the other, he's signing off on the orders that sell out our veterans to line billionaires' pockets, and our warriors deserve better. That is one reason why I'm urging my colleagues to vote yes on my Protect Veterans Jobs Act, a simple amendment that would reinstate every veteran who's been fired because of Trump and Musk betrayal. If Republicans actually care about our veterans like they claim to on Fox News,
The senator's time has
then they will
expired.
vote yes on this bill and help give our veterans their jobs back. Otherwise, they're making it clear that they would rather bow down at the
The
altar of
senator's
Donald
time has
Trump
expired.
than stand up for our heroes.
Senator from Montana.
Mr. President, where was the Democrat outrage when 8,000 active duty reserve troops were unceremoniously and with no due process fired out of the military without benefits? Where was the outrage when thousands of first responders, police officers, firefighters, nurses, and doctors lost their employment because they had COVID vaccine hesitancy? There was no outrage. There was no call of betrayal under President Biden when all that happened. The truth is this bill is pro-veteran. It adds $6 billion to our veteran spending. It has the largest pay increase for our war fighters in a generation. This is a pro-veteran bill. Let's stop using veterans as political pawns and keep the government funded. I yield.
Order. The question is on the amendment. Is there a second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
No worries.
Ms. Baldwin.
Just vote.
Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Thank you. Gotcha. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Senator. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Thanks. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. I did, thanks. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Whitehouse. Mr. Schatz, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Keynes, aye. It does.
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is not agreed to. Senator from Maryland.
Mr. President, together with my Maryland and Virginia Senate colleagues, I call up my amendment 1272 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Maryland, Mr. Van Hollen, for himself and others, proposes an amendment number 1272.
Mr. President, this amendment shuts down the illegal Musk Doge operation, which has nothing to do with government efficiency and everything. Could I have order, please, Mr. President?
Order.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment shuts down the illegal Elon Musk operation, which has nothing to do with government efficiency and everything to do with rigging the government for people like Elon Musk and powerful special interests. That's why they started by firing all the independent inspector generals in the US government, which just opens the door to more corruption. And they have lied and lied to the American people. They illegally fired over 200,000 patriotic federal employees, including 6,000 veterans, and added insult to injury by lying that they were fired for poor performance. That was untrue, and this is why judges are ordering the Trump administration to return them to their jobs. They gained access illegally to highly sensitive personal information on Americans, and just today we learned—
The senator's time has expired.
I asked unanimous consent for 10 seconds. Thank you, Mr. President. And finally,
No objection.
they also have essentially tried to clear the way for tax cuts for very wealthy Americans. And I will end with this. They've also lied about their savings.
Senator,
And I say,
your time's
time to
expired.
delete Doge. Please adopt the amendment. Thank you, my colleagues.
Mr. President.
Senator from Iowa.
Mr. President, since January, Doge has saved $115 billion. That amounts to—
Order.
Please. That amounts to $714 per taxpayer. Some of Doge's findings—
Order.
Some of Doge's findings include the Small Business Administration gave out more than $300 million in loans to thousands of children 11 years and younger. Agencies were paying for tens of thousands of unused software licenses, and the Department of Veterans Affairs was paying $56,000 to water 8 plants for 5 years. Thanks to Doge, that contract was canceled. Now the plants will actually be watered for free. While Doge keeps delivering more savings every day, Democrats are more upset by the effort to stop wasteful spending than by the misuse of tax dollars. As I always say, if you can't find waste in Washington, you
The
are
senator's
not
time has
looking.
expired.
I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. We can't afford more Washington business as usual that gave us $36 trillion of debt.
Senator's time has expired. The question is on the amendment. Time has expired. Senator, your time's expired. The question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There is. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Arono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Markowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, King, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Welch, Whitehouse. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hovind, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Hall, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Young, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 48 and the nays are 52. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. President,
Order. Senator from Kentucky.
I call up my amendment 1266 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The Senator from Kentucky, Mr. Paul, proposes an amendment number 1266.
Order in the chamber. Senator from Kentucky.
I compliment President Trump and Doge for exposing waste and abuse in foreign aid spending. It boggles the mind to think that some in Congress defend spending $2 million on sex changes in Guatemala, thousands on an LGBT opera in Colombia, and thousands on a trans comic book in Peru. This is the low-hanging fruit. If Congress can't vote to cut this egregious, crazy, left-wing lunacy, will Congress ever have the courage to tackle entitlements? Yet there does remain a significant constitutional question as to whether these cuts need a congressional vote to give them permanence. Today, with my amendment, Congress can make these foreign aid cuts the law.
Mr. President,
The senator from Washington.
Mr. President, the senator's amendment would indiscriminately cut $16 billion from state and USAID, including life-saving assistance. Secretary Rubio said he wants to maintain for the purchase of food from American farmers, programs to counter the PRC influence, and efforts to ensure American businesses are more competitive overseas. This amendment would cut funding for the USAID Inspector General by 83%, making any waste, fraud, or abuse hard to uncover. And it would gut global health programs like Trump, Rubio, and Musk say they allegedly want to preserve. Not even House Republicans went this far. This amendment would undermine American workers, American businesses, and our national security. I urge a no vote.
I ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There is. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Who said no? Wicker? Oh, okay, it was. Gotcha. Thank you. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Ms. Klobuchar, okay. I got you. Thank you. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Blackburn, Cornyn, Cotton, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Haggerty, Hawley, Johnson, Justice, Lee, Lummis, Moody, Paul, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, and Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Bozeman, Cantwell, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Kramer, Crapo, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Fisher, Gallego, Graham, Grassley, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Hyde-Smith, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Langford, Lujan, Markey, McConnell, McCormick, Merkley, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Ricketts, Rosen, Rounds, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Thune, Tillis, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Welch, Whitehouse, Wicker, Wyden, and Young. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Budd, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Marino, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Budd, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 27, the nays are 73. The amendment is not agreed to. Okay. Under the previous order, the bill is considered read a third time. The question occurs on passage of the bill. Is there a sufficient second? There is a sufficient second. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Rono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Yeah, those New Yorkers are fast talkers.
Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kennedy,
King, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Shaheen, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Wicker, Young. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Hall, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Warnock, no.
The yeas are 54, the nays are 46. The bill is passed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table.
Do you want to go first or? Okay. So
Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to the consideration of S1077, which the clerk will report.
S1077, a bill to approve local funds for the District of Columbia for fiscal year 2025 and so forth.
President.
There will now be up to 10 minutes of debate, equally divided. The senator from Maine is recognized.
Thank you. Madam President, I'm pleased to introduce this bill with Senators Van Hollen, Murray, Alsobrooks, Warner, and Kane. It has been endorsed by President Trump and also by the chairman of the House Appropriations Committee, Tom Cole. This bill would simply fix a mistake. And Madam President, could I have order, please? Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this bill would simply fix a mistake in the House CR that prevents the District of Columbia from spending its own tax dollars as part of its budget, which Congress routinely approves. Congress approves the authorization of the expenditure of DC local funds, which are paid for by DC tax revenues. The first CR that we enacted last year included language to approve the DC's FY25 budget, and that language was continued in the second CR. However, the House did not extend this anomaly in the year-long CR. As a result, unless this bill is passed, DC would have to operate under its fiscal year 24 budget for the remainder of 25, potentially requiring $1.1 billion in local spending cuts. Reducing DC's local funding expenditures will not result in a dollar of federal savings. Since October 1st of 2024, the district has been operating under and spending at its approved level for the fiscal year 25 budget. According to the CBO, this bill does not have any budgetary costs to the federal government. There are no federal dollars involved. The issue here is just allowing the DC government to proceed to spend its own tax revenues. Accordingly, I urge all of my colleagues to support this measure to correct a true inequity. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, I want
Senator
to
from
thank
Maryland.
Senator Collins for working on an emergency basis to fix this problem in the House bill. She said it well, so I only want to emphasize 2 points. One, what the House did does not save the federal taxpayer 1 penny, not 1 penny. What it does is cap what the District of Columbia can spend using its own money and based on its own decisions. So taxpayers are not saved a dime by what they did nor will they gain by our fix. And the people of the District of Columbia should be able to make these decisions. And if they're having to make a budget with $1 billion less, it will mean less police forces, less firefighters, and less money for schools. So I want to thank the senator from Maine for working with us on this, and pleased to be joined by my colleagues from Virginia and Maryland, Senator Warner, Senator Alsobrooks, and Senator Kane. We urge its adoption unanimously.
Virginia.
Madam President, I also want to thank my dear friend from Maine. She's
moving back up much higher on all of our lists, for being willing to step up and help correct this. You know, we all want, as the president wants our nation's capital to be the safest, cleanest, most welcoming city. DC gets 26 million tourists every year. In 2026, when we're going to celebrate 250 years, we want to show off DC and the whole region. If we allowed this mistake to take place, DC will lay off cops, it'll close schools, it'll shut down on trash removal. For those of us in the region who use Metro, dramatic cutbacks. Let's correct this mistake. Let's make sure that we show on our 250th anniversary the cleanest, safest city in America, and this will be a giant step for that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Maryland.
I too want to thank Senator Collins, Van Hollen, Warner, and Kane, and I'm glad that we could work together in this bipartisan way to ensure fairness for the residents of Washington, D.C. I rise today to speak for the over 700,000 D.C. residents who do not have representation in this body. They are our friends and our neighbors. Beyond those who work in D.C., Maryland partners with D.C. on resources like emergency services, police, water, and more. And this bipartisan standalone bill ensures that D.C. tax dollars stay in D.C. Again, these funds that have been cut are tax dollars that have literally already been paid by D.C. residents. And all this bill does is to continue to ensure that D.C. receives what it is owed. So I urged all of my colleagues today to join me in voting yes. Thank you.
Senator from Virginia.
Madam President, I can make it fast or slow. I'm joining all these colleagues to advocate for this bill. 1/3 of the Virginia population is residents of the DC metro area and enjoy this capital. And 150,000 Virginians come to work in DC every day, and they want DC police and services to be well funded. Please support this bill. Thank you.
Under the previous order, the bill is considered read a third time. The question occurs on passage of the bill. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The bill is passed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table. Majority Leader.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the mandatory quorum calls with respect to the Phelan and Landau nominations be waived.
Without objection, so ordered. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume executive session. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of John Phelan of Florida to be Secretary of the Navy, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of John Phelan of Florida to be Secretary of the Navy shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Hold on one second. Mr. Booker. Yes, sir. I'll erase that. Yeah, thank you. I wondered. Okay, that's all right. Good, no problem. No problem. Mr. Bozeman. Wait, Senator. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell.
Same with your colleague, maybe.
Van Hollen, Padilla. Okay. I got Van Hollen, Padilla. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Yes, sir. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego. Oh, there he is. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts. Oh, there you are, right in front of me. Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Well, I have him. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith. I didn't, but yeah, thank you. Were you up? Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative. Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Collins, Coons, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fetterman, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hassan, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kane, Kelly, Kennedy, King, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Reed, Ricketts, Risch, Rosen, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Shaheen, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Warner, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative. Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Duckworth, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kim, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Whitehouse. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Nomination, Department of Defense, John Phelan of Florida to be Secretary of the Navy.
Under the previous order, the clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Christopher Landau of Maryland to be Deputy Secretary of State, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on the nomination of Christopher Landau of Maryland to be Deputy Secretary of State shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Round, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Mr. Murphy? No. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Bennett, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Collins, Coons, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Betterman, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hassan, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kane, Kennedy, King, Klobuchar, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rosen, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Shaheen, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Warner, Wicker, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Duckworth, Gallego, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden.
The yeas are 63, the nays are 32. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Department of State, Christopher Landau of Maryland to be Deputy Secretary.
Mr. President,
Republican Whip.
move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 38.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Executive Office of the President, Michael Kratsios of South Carolina to be Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Michael Kratsios of South Carolina to be Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
President, I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 44.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Health and Human Services, Jayanta Bhattacharya of California to be Director of the National Institutes of Health.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to legislative session. I send a motion, a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Jayanta Bhattacharya of California to be Director of the National Institutes of Health, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of these names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 45.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Health and Human Services, Martin Mockery of Virginia to be Commissioner of Food and Drugs.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Martin Mockery of Virginia to be Commissioner of Food and Drugs, Department of Health and Human Services, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of these names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 39.
Question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Executive Office of the President, James Bishop of North Carolina to be Deputy Director of the Office of Management and Budget.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of James Bishop of North Carolina to be Deputy Director of the Office of Management and Budget, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of these names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to legislative session.
Question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 48.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Justice, Aaron Wrights of Texas to be an Assistant Attorney General.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Aaron Wrights of Texas to be an Assistant Attorney General, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent that the reading of these names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business for debate only with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate now proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following resolutions which are at the desk. S-Res 129, S-Res 130, S-Res 131, and H-Con-Res 17.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measures en bloc? Without objection, the Senate will proceed en bloc.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles, where applicable, be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table all in bloc.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding the upcoming adjournment of the Senate, the President of the Senate, the President pro tem, and the majority and minority leaders be authorized to make appointments to commissions, committees, boards, conferences, and interparliamentary conferences authorized by law by concurrent action of the two houses or by order of the United States Senate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the committees be authorized to report out legislation on Tuesday, March 18th from 12 noon until 12:30 p.m.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it adjourn and then convene for a pro forma session only with no business being conducted on the following dates and times: Tuesday, March 18th at 12:15 p.m. and Thursday, March 20th at 12 noon. Further, that when the Senate adjourns on Thursday, March 20th, it stand adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, March 24th. That following the prayer and the pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the time for the leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate proceed to executive sessions and resume consideration of calendar number 36, John Phelan, and then at 5:30 p.m., the Senate vote on confirmation of the Phelan nomination, followed by confirmation of calendar number 41, Christopher Landau. Further, that the cloture motions filed during today's session of the Senate ripen on Tuesday, March 25th. Finally, if any nominations are confirmed during Monday's session, then motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have two requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and the minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned until under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until Tuesday, March 18th at 12:15 p.m. Thank you.